Good afternoon, or rather, good evening. Afternoon, evening, morning. I'm audible and visible. I should be. No. Yes, sir. So, why am I not getting a preview here? Oh, yes. I am audible. I am visible. I can see it there. Okay. We'll wait 2-3 minutes whilst you can ask me questions, all burning questions over the 24 hours. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Yes, Aftab, any batch, art and culture, ancient medieval is with me only. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. 1 second. Good evening. I'm good. How does it matter, Manja? You tell me. When will you teach art and culture? I think as soon as this is over, we start ancient medieval art and culture only, right? I think 13th of February, 13th of December. As soon as this is over, I think you will have two options: either to do geography or to do ancient medieval art and culture. Some of you may go into geography, some of you may be here. What should British do with King's army? I don't know what you're saying that. I'll discuss that. That's called white mutiny. We'll discuss that. Third Battle of Carnatic, Battle of Van Dievosch. Battle of Van Dievosch is a battle within the Third Battle of Carnatic. Waiting for the quorum. Yes, I do an ancient medieval art and culture, world history, all me only. I will discuss that. What is the difference between all of these words? I know, Seema, maybe you have you done, I don't know. Either then your planned ancient medieval art and culture maybe later. I think because for the first time I'm taking ancient medieval art and culture in evening. So it would be some for some of it may be geography. It's like that, two split. Who have already done geography will do ancient medieval art and culture. Who have not done geography will do geography. And you will get a chance to do it later next year early. I think February or something. We'll talk about that, Chetan. Revolution word is for very quick change, very radical ideas may or may not be a success. Lex Loki encouraged missionaries to convert upper caste people. Using upper caste people as example, they would try to influence others. That is not true, Saloni. Lex Loki act is not to encourage missionaries, is to empower the people who have already converted. And it had nothing to do with upper castes. This chapter is more philosophical than historical. You will get history, don't worry. Mutiny and revolt is not the same thing. I will discuss that with you. Revolt is different, mutiny is different, rebellion is different. I will come to that when we'll talk about nature. Harun, you have to do PPT plus NCRT for sure. That is a minimum. How to be a topper? Study, discipline, and give the examination with your. You don't be a topper, you become a topper. How many pre-questions from modern history? 5 to 10. I'll wait 1 more minute. Some people like to be fashionably late for some reason, so 6 minutes into class still not here, but okay. Chetan, you have to go through. The PPT is enough, but the NCRT needs to be read with it for sure. Awadh annexation became a very big issue for the for the Sipahis because they were from Awadh. Perfect. Avni, nothing better. Sir, subsidiary alliance British Army under Indian will fight from British side or Indian side? You will see, Ankush. Subsidiary alliance had nothing to do with the armies. You'll see. Wait for the course. I'm going to tell you the course. That's a separate issue altogether. Rohit, you have to go through the PPT and then the book. Both are important. You are going to start today. I've already covered the cause part. Byju's classes cover a whole subject in all subjects. Yes. Seema, not that book. He's talking about my book. Is the sequence of real necessary or some facts? I'm coming to that, Kunal. Ritika, first combination works. Why British Parliament is enacting laws for India? Because they want to control the East India Company, which is an entity. Just watch the recording, Ashay. No give. You can do that, Madhu. Okay. Now we start our discussion with regards to course. Yesterday was understanding causes, and under cause, we discuss the two major concepts, which is long term and immediate. And under long term, we understood that basically it is all of colonialism, and it was basically everything what we saw in the past 10 modules, which compounded to it. So from fear of conversion to the humiliation to the economic issues to the administrative mismanagement to Lex Loci Act to the fact that everything was building up. We also saw that immediate reason, which is cartridge, was just a excuse to basically rebel. It was rather the fear, the military changes, and the Awadh annexation, which started to create a little bit of boil within the peasants itself, and in turn in the Sipahis. Last but not the least is we tried to understand how all of this is embodied in the Sipahi, and the Sipahi represents all the causes at that moment, and therefore the revolt of 1857 is part of a larger tradition of resistance and a culmination of that process. Plus, it is also related to colonialism. The cause for 1857 is colonialism. This is what we established. Now, today we do three things. Course, where I have to discuss two characteristics with you through that discussion. Then I have to do with you nature. Now, questions come from nature, not course. Course, you just have to listen to me, you have to enjoy. Nobody is going to ask you how did the revolt of 87 happen in Delhi. You have to discuss the nature, very, very, very important, and the consequence, which is called the consequence, which is basically the Government of India Act 1858. So we'll discuss consequence again, very, very, very important. And then today itself, we should enter pre-INC institutions and nationalism, and we'll discuss what is nationalism, what is the working definition with which we can use it, and we'll discuss all of these things. We have to discuss the difference between revolt, mutiny, and rebellion. So, planned or not planned, don't worry, I will tell you that. I will discuss the nature with you. What I want from you is now in the next 15-20 minutes, maximum half an hour, I want you to listen to the course and the story of 1857. But then when I talk about nature, I want you to be again attentive, and you have to be with me in that regard. Course is basically something which a lot of students like, but has no relevance to your preparation. Now, for the purpose of the examination, I've already made this table in which the leaders and the resistance, which is British resistance, who took the city back, is already given. Delhi, Bahadur Zafar and Bakht Khan. I will tell you where does Bakht Khan come from. And who took it back was Nicholson, Hudson. Then Begum Hazrat Mahal, Bidris Kader and Ahmadullah. And you have Lawrence, Ignis, Havelock, Outram and Campbell, who are very, very important taking it. Kanpur, we already know. Nana Sahib, Rao Sahib, Tantia Tope and Azimullah Khan. Wheeler and Campbell are very, very important. Thereafter, we have Jagdishpur, Kunwar Singh, Amar Singh. No real, what we call as resistance. He went back, and thereafter there was a proper army which went there. Rani Lakshmi Pai, Jhansi, Rose, Banaras, no specific person, but it was Neil who will take it. Thereafter, Ahmadullah Shah, Faizabad, Bagpat, Shamal, Bareilly, Khan Bahadur Khan, Patna, Maulvi Pir Ali, and Allahabad, Liaquat Ali. And these areas were not taken specifically, but a generic army was dispatched to take it back. So I've already done this job for you, so don't have to worry about this. Who is what. I have to now concentrate on two theaters, Delhi and Kanpur. I will discuss with you. I will also discuss Jhansi with you, and I will also have a discussion with regards to Jagdishpur. But the pattern is the same, but I have done this for you already, which is this is something which was expected from you. I'm already giving you in the PPT as it is. Just go through it and your job is done. That is the standard question which can come. Who is related to which theater? Now, when we talk about the revolt of 87 generally, it started in the Bengal army, but remember, much of India was not involved. Basically, most of the princely states, even Indore, parts of Gwalior, Madras, Bombay were mostly unaffected. And the Punjabi and the Gorkha soldiers were used to suppress the revolt of 1857, which I will tell you what it means. From Kashmir to Nepal, most of the areas in India did not take part, and that is why I call it theaters more than anything. Now, what I have to do is two things. I have to discuss Delhi with you, and I have to discuss Kanpur with you, vis-a-vis discussing 2 to 3 important concepts which are there in revolt. See, you know that Bahadur Zafar rebelled. My job is to tell you something totally different, which is what does Delhi represent? What does Kanpur represent? Because both represent a very important pattern in the revolt of 1857. All other theaters may be interesting, but these two give us the straightaway pattern in that regard. So what discussion I'm having with you, again, you will not find in books. You will not find in any book which you will read more or less in and around UPSC. I'm giving you academic level knowledge coming out of a 6 months course which I did just on revolt of 1857, and therefore there are multiple things which I'm going to tell you which you would have no idea about. So what I want from you is you don't have to remember this story. You don't have to remember any of this. What you have to remember is the two characteristics. And what I want from you again is that you just sit and enjoy the story. And thereafter, when we go to nature, we will talk about these two characteristics. Can we do that? Two characteristics I will discuss with you through two theaters, and we'll have a discussion about the other theaters also in basic passing reference. Right? Everything here with regards to mains question is either cause, which we discussed in a lot of detail, significance, and nature. That we will discuss again in a lot of detail. Course is just to traverse the time in that regard. Now, let's start our discussion. Everyone's ready? Yes? Come on. Yes. Okay. Now, this is the map of Delhi. As you may not know, this is basically the Delhi 6, as it is called today, Purani Delhi. And this is basically the Red Fort. This is the Red Fort. This point is the Red Fort. Now, the mutiny started in Barrackpur. Everybody knows that when Mangal Pandey shot his officer on not using the cartridge. And thereafter, Mangal Pandey was martyred by the British, and all his compatriots were also killed by the British in the process of a proper subjugation and a crushing moment in that regard. But Barrackpur was just a small trigger. It was a spark. The real fire was going to now start not in Barrackpur, but this whole sector comes under Bengal Army in Meerut. In Meerut. So what happens is that on 29th March, the Mangal Pandey episode happens, but the real fire spreads vis-a-vis 10th May. Now you please pay attention. 10th May, 1857, the Meerut contingent or Meerut regiment gets to know that they are now asking us to use a rifle for which Mangal Pandey has already been shot, and he has already shot his own officer. There has been a mutiny in Barakpur, and the Meerut Sipahis see it as an indication. A lot of you asked me, one person asked me, was it a planned event? In no way 1857 was planned. It is all spontaneous, wherein it starts with Barakpur, and the real power or the real fire starts in Meerut. Now, as soon as the Meerut Sipahis get to know that the British are doing it, in the night, what they do is they basically kill every European officer. They kill every European officer who's there in that regiment, and very decisively cut the telegraph lines. They cut the telegraph lines so that nobody from Meerut could tell anybody across India or across British India that what had happened at Meerut. And that is why the response of the British when it comes to Meerut was very slow, because they did not know what was happening, because no telegraph or inward or outward was going. Now the Sipahis have already mutinied. They have killed every European officer. Now what to do? What to do? They have done a Vellore mutiny. Now what to do? These Sipahis now come up with a plan that there's no point staying in Meerut. Let's go to Delhi. Let's go to Delhi and let's seek the refuge of and the leadership of no one else but Bahadur Shah Zafar, the Mughal emperor. Now, in this moment, the Sipahis showed a lot of historical consciousness, a lot of interesting understanding, because they did not want to be just one more chapter in the larger story of the resistance which the British were known to have seen. They wanted it to be something bigger. And that is why they were seeking legitimacy. They were seeking legitimacy that we are not that peasant revolt or tribal revolt which you saw previously. We are something different. We are something better. And that is why we want to seek the leadership of Bahadur Zafar. We want the Mughal emperor to be with us. They wanted their place in history to be different to every episode which happened previously. Now, Meerut is this side. If you come from Meerut, now please pay attention. If you come from Meerut, you are basically coming from this side of Delhi. If you have seen Delhi, you would know there's something called the Loha Pool. Loha Pool is basically next to the Red Fort. Today, there's a proper steel bridge there. But previously, on this part, there used to be a boat bridge. Basically, boats were tied up to each other to create a bridge. This part, there's a bridge. This part, Yamuna River, if you are going to come from here, this part, you have a bridge. And that's a boat bridge, basically. Now, the Sipahis, early morning of 11th of, one second, let me write in Meerut. Early morning of 11th May 1857, have reached Delhi. And having reached Delhi from Meerut, they want to meet Bahadur Shah Zafar. So the Red Fort, on the back wall of the Red Fort, there's a small gate. Sipahi means Sipoy. Don't be a American that you don't know what is a Sipahi. Sipahi, Sipoy, soldier. Everything the same thing. Same Meerut as today, and that is the same Meerut. There's only been one Meerut. Now, the Meerut Sipahis have now reached the Yamuna. They have crossed the Yamuna, and next to the Yamuna, there is a small gate. So basically, the Red Fort has an octagonal tower like this. And there is a small gate here which can take you upstairs towards Diwane-am, Diwane Khas, which is this part. Diwane-am, Diwane Khas. Wherein near that, Bahadur Zafar used to sleep. Now, in the morning, there's a very strong commotion near this gate. They are banging on this gate and they are saying that we want to meet Bahadur Shah Zafar. We want to meet Bahadur Shah Zafar. Now, Bahadur Shah Zafar, an 80-year-old man, gets up and tells his men to go and check what is happening. And what happens is that these people open this gate, and the Meerut Sipahi says, we are the Sipahis or the soldiers of the Meerut regiment. We have killed every officer you know in Meerut, and we want Bahadur Zafar to meet us. Now you tell me one thing: if somebody is coming to your door and say that I've murdered close to 50 officers, and now we want refuge in your Red Fort, will you ever open that gate? Obviously not. So Bahadur Zafar said that, what are you? He said, don't let them in from this gate. I don't want to be associated with anything like this, because Bahadur Zafar himself does not know what is the implication of that. So the Sipahis basically are disappointed that Bahadur Zafar was not going to meet them. So they thought that it was not Zafar who did not want to meet, his officers did not want him to meet. So what the Sipahis will do is that they will walk along the wall of the Red Fort and enter the city from this gate. This gate today is called Daryaganj. It's called Daryaganj. And Daryaganj is basically the enclaves in which the British used to live. The Ritz Cinema, Daryaganj, that whole area was where the British officers used to live in Delhi. Here, Bahadur Zafar was a pensioner of the British. A British resident and a captain used to take care of the Red Fort. Everything was jolly good on 11th May 1857. Nobody knew what was going to happen. Now, the Sipahis will enter Delhi, and they will enter from this gate. And what they will do is they will start the cleansing of Delhi. They will basically not even ask anybody. Any European they see on this route, they will keep on killing that whole sector. They will keep on killing any European they see, white skin, and you'll be dead. They said we will not let these Britishers stay in Delhi also, which is Shahjahanabad. Now what will happen is that they will reach this point. This point is very important because here is the British arsenal. Arsenal means that they keep the guns here along with the ammunition. And what happens is that there's a crossfire between the Sipahis and the Arsenal men. Arsenal men are dead, but in the process of that, there's a very big explosion which happens. And now Bahadur Zafar's alarm will ring, and he will see towards Chandni Chowk and see that there is smoke coming out of the area which is the British arsenal. Now, this is problematic at two levels, because one thing which the British did was that by burning down the arsenal, they had burned down the supplies. So in the short run, it may have been very dramatic, but in the long run, this is going to backfire because the ammunition has been burnt or destroyed. Now, the Sipahis, after taking this route towards the arsenal, will now come down the Chandni Chowk area itself, and now they will enter the Red Fort. After entering the Red Fort, they will see the captain, shoot him. They will see the resident, shoot him. Every British officer will be shot, and now they will stand in the lawns of Diwan-e-Aam, Diwan-e-Khas, and now they will say, we want to meet Bahadur Zafar. Now you tell me, does Bahadur Zafar have the guts to not meet these people now? Having killed every white man they had actually seen, now Bahadur Zafar will come out and say, who are you? They will say, we are the Meerut Sipahis. We are here to cleanse Delhi of the British. We have rebelled against the British. And now that 80-year-old man has no other option but to say, what do you want from me? They will say, here is a Nazrana. Here is a Nazrana. We understand. We, the Sipahis, understand the importance of meeting the emperor himself. And they said, here is a Nazrana. We want you to be our leader. In that moment, the Sipahi is being extremely nuanced, because he is saying that we want the Mughal emperor. Nazrana means gift. We want no one else but the Mughal emperor to be our leader. In that sense, there is a twinkle in the eye of the soldier. And Bahadur Zafar, on 11th May 1857, will realize in that moment that maybe he was alive for this moment itself. He could have died previously also. In that moment, he will realize that yes, maybe I was alive to see this day where the Sipahis will rebel. Now he will accept the gift, which was just some gold coins, and he will now say, okay, I will be ready to stand by you, and I will now ask the Delhi residents to help you. Now what happens is, as soon as this happens, Bahadur Zafar now introduces what is called the Azamgarh Proclamation. Under the Azamgarh Proclamation, two things are done. First, every Delhi resident is told that now we have what is called the Sipahi regime. The Sipahi has taken over. The Sipahi has taken over, and he will ask the people in and around Delhi to help Delhi in defending its courts. Now this will reach till Bareilly, and now General Bakht Khan was a very important Mughal general who was just lying around in Bareilly. He will get to know, okay, Bahadur Zafar has now started a revolt. Let me come, and Bakht Khan will come to Delhi, and he will become the commander-in-chief of the Sipahis. And finally, the Mughal emperor had a Sipahi-based regime in Delhi, which was actually quite interesting because they had a whole council in which they were taking decisions. Every decision had to be taken by Zafar, had to be signed by Zafar. They were basically, the Sipahis were basically mimicking constitutional monarchy. They knew about the Queen, they knew about how the British used to operate. So they started to have a semi-democratic regime in Delhi in which now they're taking decisions. Now they're taking decisions. Now this is, as it is, and it is very, very important. I know that Azamgarh is in UP because the proclamation will be sent to Azamgarh to be spread across and come to Delhi, because the printing press at that point of time was in Azamgarh. Forget about that. The point is that Delhi has now fallen, which is called militocracy. Yes, Delhi has actually fallen into the hands of the Sipahis. Bahadur Zafar has basically now said, yes, I'm ready to stand with everyone. Now I will read out the Azamgarh proclamation to you, and you see what basically they were trying to do. In the Azamgarh proclamation, which will also be published in the Delhi Gazette, he will say that the tyranny and the oppression of the treacherous English is over. Now you see the language. And this is a political manifesto which tells you what will you get if you stand by this regime. He says that the zamindar rights will be guaranteed, an attractive pay will be given to soldiers. Further, very interestingly, he said all men of trade under this new Badshahi regime what we will do is we will give you gratis, or basically grants, and we will give you all government steamships and their carriages for you to use. So basically, he's incentivizing Delhi people to join him by saying that the traders, see, I have these steamships on the Yamuna, which are of the British. I give it to you. You use it. For the soldiers, I give you a very good salary. For the zamindars, I will not touch you. Basically, this is a political manifesto. It's a political manifesto. It's a semi-democratic regime which they established, in which they're trying to bring everything together. I don't have the privilege of telling you the details of the Sipahi regime, which are quite interesting, which is basically an oligarchic control in which the generals used to sit, the Sipahis used to sit with the emperor himself. It is a very, very beautiful way in which new conceptions of democracy were seen in Delhi. But the problem is that that is too much detail for you. The point is that Delhi has fallen and Delhi has now a regime. But now the question is, now what? Bakht Khan has come. Delhi has become a semi-military regime. Now what? Azamgarh proclamation is just a political manifesto to get everybody's cooperation. Now what? Delhi has fallen. अब क्या करें? What to do now? You were saying that it was a war of independence. Now what to do? Okay. British don't know what has happened. I'll tell you. British part I will tell you. Move forward to other states. Next state. Control. Okay. Spread everywhere. How? Fight with whom? You've already killed every Britisher. How do you spread? Okay, expand the territory. Okay, how? How? Strong defense, expand. Connect with other states. Which state? Invite. Okay. How invite? Send an email, WhatsApp message. Rani Lakshmi Bai, we have rebelled. Please join us. Close East India Company. So by killing 15 officer, you will be able to kill the court of directors and the board of control also. See, why I'm asking you this question is, declare independence. From whom? And there is nobody to declare independence. You have killed every British officer by shooting that person. Now, kisko bologe ki we are independent? Who will you say that you are independent? See, understand this point. Bahadur Shah Zafar does not have the resources or the army or the ammunition or the power to spread. You want to go to Acha, you go and say it to the English crown. It will take 3 months to reach England. So they will send a Sipahi saying Delhi has fallen, East India Company has rule has been removed. So basically, if I go and defeat somebody in Kanpur, in Lucknow, in Delhi, in 4-5 places, I have destroyed and I've killed Governor General of India. Invite people through roti and lotus flower. Sure. But you think it will cross the 7,000 kilometers of Indian territory? It will go up from Kanyakumari to... Do you understand what you're saying? Ask for international grants. How? International grants, who will give you first? And second thing is, try to figure it out. I tell you one thing. Okay, let's do one thing. We all rebel and let's go and capture the, for example, I've taken Rashtrapati Bhavan. So I have now destroyed India. The Republic of India is over. Everything is over and we will get international grants. Everything we will get. The seat of power of the British is not in Delhi. It is in Calcutta. Second thing is that by removing the officers in Delhi, you have just removed the British presence in Delhi. And if Bahadur Shah Zafar, with the handful of Sipahis he has, maximum 5 to 10,000, if he starts to send these Sipahis in every direction, then what will happen to him or to Delhi? Because very soon the British is going to get to know that Meerut has fallen and Delhi has fallen. What I'm trying to tell you is that you have been told about a lot of things. But killing British officers is basically like cutting your hair. When you cut your hair, have you removed your hair from your roots? When I cut my hair will never come back. Understand what you're trying to say. They did not know what to do now. 3 months they will have a regime. May to September, the Sipahi regime will be there. But for the first 2 months, they will basically establish a regime. But there is nothing tangible which has been done. Please understand this point. Nothing tangible has been done. Delhi falling is like a small hair being cut in a proper bunch of, or a small, simple, straightforward chip has fallen, nothing more. Now, if you understand what I'm trying to say, which is that Sipahis capturing power has no implication other than in that localized area. I want to tell you now what the British are going to do. Can we discuss that? Understood. Okay, please, everybody has to understand. I know you have to unlearn a lot of things. You have been told a lot of things. You are all are very enthusiastic. You want this to work. But unfortunately, it won't. And I'll tell you why. Now, see. Delhi has fallen. British sooner or later will get to know that that Meerut has been destroyed. And it took them 1.5 months to actually figure that out. That, okay, Meerut had fallen and Delhi had fallen. Now, the British obviously were not going to let Delhi be under the Sipahis. So what they do is, some historians say it was planned rebellion, some say it is unplanned. Mega, whoever is saying it is planned would be drinking something which should not be drunk writing history. So don't worry about it. So if it was planned, then everybody would have been connected. There is no communication between any theater. Forget about it. No issues. Bakht Khan has come. Now I'll tell you one more important thing. Bakht Khan has come. And Bahaduja Zafar's wife, one of the wives, her name is Zeenat Mahal. And as always, standard Indian politics, Zeenat Mahal wanted कि her son becomes the commander-in-chief. But Bahadur Zafar knew that Bakht Khan was more competent. So Bahadur Zafar made Bakht Khan the commander-in-chief. So now she has a grudge against Bahadur Zafar that in this moment of crisis also, she has that standard. My son should become the king or my son should become the commander-in-chief. Remember this woman because she's become very, very important. Now the British get to know that Delhi has fallen. So the British will now create a special force which is called the DFF, Delhi Field Force. The Delhi Field Force comprised of the Punjab Regiment along with the Gorkha Regiment, which was placed in Jalandhar under Punjab Commissioner. And the Sipahis, whilst they did a lot of things to strengthen a lot of things, they did one strategic mistake. And the strategic mistake was that across Delhi from here, a road used to go, which was called the GT Road or Grand Trunk Road. Grand Trunk Road, which is today called GT Karnal Road. GT or Grand Trunk Road. This road connects Punjab, Amritsar to Agra, but it goes very near to Delhi. So the Sipahis did not block the GT Karnal Road. And what happens is that the DFF is now coming on the GT Karnal Road. Yes, what was built by Shesha Suri. Now they've reached Delhi. And there is one small episode here where the Sipahis try to stop the DFF. Now tell me one thing. DFF is Punjab Regiment, which means that who is fighting whom? Who is fighting whom? An Indian is fighting an Indian. DFF comprises of only Indian members. So for the students who are talking about independence and nationalism, this is a force which is 95% Indian. So there is one clash near the GT Karnal Road where the Sipahis realize their mistake, but they were not able to stop the DFF to come forward. And the DFF will come and now sit here. If you have ever been to Delhi University, if you've ever been to that whole area, near Hindu College and Hansraj College, there's a small hill that is called the Ridge. That is part of the Aravalis, which go through Delhi itself. And on the top of that hill, today there's a hospital. It's called Bara Hindu Rao Hospital. Basically, that Bara Hindu Rao Hospital was established by the British when they were sitting on the Delhi Ridge. Now, basically, if you sit on the Delhi Ridge, you have a very good understanding of what is the movement which is happening around Shahjahanabad. So again, this was a major mistake which the Sipahis did, which is that they let the British take a higher ground. Now, what the British will start to do is they will one by one do what Israel is doing to Gaza today, which is that they will start to disrupt the supplies. They will first remove the supply of food, then the supply of water, then the supply of the basic amenities. And the DFF now under two very important officers, one called Hudson, the other one called Nicholson. Again, if you have ever been to Delhi, Mukherjee Nagar and Rajendra Nagar whole sector, there's a lane called Hudson Lane. It is actually named after the same Hudson we are talking about. Hudson and Nicholson have now been given the task that they have to take Delhi back. Now, from the point where it fell, which is May of 1857, September 1st, 2nd of 1857, now the British will decide that they want to take Delhi back, and the Delhi regime was now crumbling because they did not have supplies. They were becoming more and more desperate, and the British would not allow anything to go into Delhi. Whilst all of this was happening, Hudson was a very oversmart personality. Nicholson, a very good general, but Hudson was oversmart. Hudson wanted to see if there is a person who can help the regime from within. And you know who was going to contact and who he was going to contact very soon. And he will now start to get to know about the internal politics of what was happening in Delhi via no one else, drum roll, Zeenat Mahal. Zeenat Mahal was asked, Zeenat Mahal wanted an assurance from Hudson that once Delhi is captured back, she will get a safe passage and her son will be made the Emperor of India. Obviously, dumb enough to not understand who the British are. And Hudson said, you want America, you ask for America, but they tell me what is happening inside the British, inside Delhi itself. Now, on 10th September, the British will enter from the Kashmiri Gate. They will enter from the Kashmiri Gate. All gates in Delhi are basically based on the direction which they are in. So you have Kashmiri Gate, Lahori Gate, Delhi Gate. So they are based on where they see. Agra Gate, these are based on which area or which direction they are basically in. So you have one Lahori Gate, you have one Kashmiri Gate. Kashmiri Gate is one of the major metro stations. Kashmiri Gate, you have Delhi Gate also, which still exists. Now they will enter into Delhi. Literal indiscriminate fighting for 4 days. And just at the chalk of Chandni Chowk, one of our very good Sipahi shooters will shoot Nicholson in the chest. And basically, Nicholson will die. However, Hudson was still left. Slowly but surely, the DFF, a Punjab regiment, much better machine guns, a lot of ammunition, and heavy machinery they brought in. They were now slowly but surely moving towards Red Fort, and the fall of Red Fort was given. As soon as the British reach in front of the Red Fort, Bakht Khan and everybody says to Bahadur Shah Zafar that you should not be caught. You should not be caught. Nicholson, yes, Colonel Nicholson is a British officer. You should not be caught. And from the back gate of Red Fort, Unfortunately, Bahadur Shah Zafar, along with his 3 sons and that 1 son of Zinat Mahal, and a lot of cash, he will leave from this sector and go towards the tomb of one of his forefathers, Humayun's tomb. However, as soon as they left Delhi, Hudson was sent a message from Zinat Mahal that we are going towards Humayun's tomb, and at Humayun's tomb, Zinat Mahal said that we will all surrender and don't kill anybody. We will surrender. Just install my son as the emperor, and you can do whatever you want to do with this husband of mine. We don't care. Now, Hudson will very quickly move out of Delhi and go towards at Humayun's tomb. And at Humayun's tomb, Hudson is going to meet with Bahadur Shah Zafar, a lot of cash, Zinat Mahal, his 3 sons, and Zinat Mahal's son. The first thing which Hudson is going to do is going to shoot Zinat Mahal's son. First thing. He said, you wanted to be emperor. I have now sent him to the emperor of everyone. Zinat Mahal says that you have betrayed me. Standard British. She is also shot. Obviously. Her use was over. And now the British could have done 2 things. Either killed Bahadur Shah Zafar or make a spectacle out of what was going to happen. And Hudson now wanted to be the hero. His 3 sons will be captured and they will be very ominously hanged at a place near the Maulana Azad Medical College, which is there. It is a darwaza. It's called the Khuni Darwaza. The reason why it is called Khuni Darwaza is because his 3 sons were hanged from that darwaza, and they were left hanging for months so that the people of Delhi could see what is the hashr, or what is the consequence of rebelling against the British. And the blood from the necks of those sons used to fall, and basically it used to drip blood from that darwaza. It is called Khuni Darwaza. Till today, it is believed that there's an iron railing on that darwaza, and rust, when it falls, it looks like a red color. So it is believed that the sons of Bahadur Zafar till today bleed when it rains. That's a myth, but yeah, that's the point. That's the science behind it. Now Bahadur Zafar will be captured and Delhi will fall. And the British, first thing, people asked Hudson, did Bahadur Zafar had any money with him? He says, I didn't find anything. Basically, everything which is close to 300 to 400 kgs of gold and silver, along with at least 1 crore dam, is now kept by Hudson in his pocket, saying that he was just strolling around in Humayun's tomb. I caught him. Now, Bahadur Shah Zafar will be captured, arrested by the British, and now the cleansing of Delhi will start. Whoever had supported the Sipahi regime, any document, if it was there, in those mohallas, those people were brought in, made to stand in front of the Yamuna and shot. If you've seen you would have seen the images of, I hope that you have, 15th August, you've seen the speech of our Prime Minister? You've seen? Yes. So you've seen that where he stands, there's a lot of open space in front of him. There's the Gauri Shankar Mandir, there's the Jain temple, and there's Chandni Chowk in front of him. There's a lot of space, close to 500 meters of space is in front of him, where those children sit with that 75, 76, where you can see that the whole insignia is made. Have you noticed that once they show you the aerial shot? Have you seen that? Red Fort has a lot of space in front of itself. You've seen that? Okay. Now that space never existed. The houses of Delhi Sikhs used to come till the wall of Red Fort. The British, what they did was, in a 1 kilometer radius of Red Fort till Gauri Shankar Mandir, they destroyed everything. They said, we want Red Fort to be a little bit open. So every house will be burnt around the whole Red Fort area as a way of punishing the residents. This is a very important point you need to understand, that one word which actually embodies the revolt of 1857 is brutality, violence. Nobody talks about it. The level of violence which happened was something which was unprecedented ever seen in Indian history. It was the monopoly of the British to do violence. They were the ones who used to flog people, who used to torture people. When the Sipahi took it upon himself to do violence, the brutality with which the areas are captured, I will tell you Kanpur, which is the example of brutality, you will see what will happen. Now Bahadur Shah Zafar will be made as an example. If you've ever been to the Red Fort again, you would know that there are only 4 buildings in Red Fort, which is in the back. You have Diwane-am, Diwane Khas, the what we call Pearl, or what we call as Rang Mahal, and the mosque. Basically, between that point and Meena Bazar, this point you have the Meena Bazar. This point you have Diwane-am, Diwane Khas, Rang Mahal, and a Moti Masjid. Everything in between the 2 points, everything will be destroyed. And that is why if you've ever been inside the Red Fort, it will not make sense to you that where do these ugly barracks come from. So basically, Red Fort became now the military hub of the British, and they destroy everything and made these English type barracks for the British soldiers. Now, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to do 2 things. I'm trying to tell you the myopic vision of what was being done. And second, more important, I'm telling you that there was no way this was ever going to succeed beyond Delhi. Destruction, death, and punishment is what the British wanted, and they got. But the most interesting thing I want to discuss with you is the trial of Bahadur Shah Zafar. Can I talk about that? If Queen not supported, Delhi would not have been captured. It would have been maybe 3 months later or 10 days later. There's a very fascinating understanding. We know that Bahadur Shah Zafar on 12th May 1857, he will lead the rebels once they seize Delhi. Bakht Khan will come from Bareilly and join him, and he will then become the commander-in-chief. We also know that the Azamgarh proclamation was introduced as a way of telling everybody that the Sipahi regime had come through. He will be persuaded to support the people and the Sipahis. Loss of Delhi was loss of prestige to the British. 20th September, the British regained Delhi. Bahadur Shah Zafar and Zeenat Mal tried to flee from Humayun's tomb. Both were captured by Hudson, and the royal princes were killed. And he will be then tried and sent to Rangoon, what is basically Myanmar. Now, the question is not this. There's a very interesting article which argues a very interesting thing. Rangoon is nothing but the capital of Myanmar. Pay attention, and I'll go to Kanpur after this. Pay attention to one thing. Bahadur Shah Zafar, he's the Mughal emperor, right? He's the Mughal emperor. Now, East India Company, ironically, with whose power and sanction and sovereignty were the East India Company operating in India? (1613), 1615, 1717, 1651, all were given by Mughal emperors. Jahangir Farman, Farrukhsiyar Farman. Try to understand this point. They are coming from Britain on the authority of the charter. But they were trading in India as an entity with the letters which were given by the British, by the Mughal emperors. Yes, Bakht Khan will run, but he will also be shot. Is it making sense what I'm trying to say? If today we have foreign direct investment, if today there's foreign direct investment, if today Elon Musk sets up a small factory, who gives the power to Elon Musk to set up that factory? Meg, I'll tell you, because they wanted to create a spectacle. Killing Bahadur Zafar would have been not creating spectacle. It was about showing to the world that Delhi had been captured back. The government of India basically gives the power to Elon Musk. The Ministry of Commerce gives him the permits to do it, and that is how he will sit and get a giga factory, as it is called, in Delhi or in and around Gujarat. It is with the central government's permission that Elon Musk has been able to establish a gigafactory in Gujarat. Yes or no? Is it make sense? What I'm saying, the words which I came out of my mouth, make sense to you? That all foreign direct investment have a legal sanction, have a sanction or an order from the government of India. Now, isn't the East India Company also Elon Musk operating in India through the authority of the Mughal emperors? It is the Mughal emperors who gave them the first Farman, the second Farman, the 1717 Farman, the Farrukhsiyar Farman, which gave them all the power in India. Now, tell me one thing. If today Elon Musk goes and destroys the Rashtrapati Bhavan, you will call the Indian army the rebel or Elon Musk the rebel? I will call the Elon Musk rebellion. It will call the Elon Musk rebellion. Then why is that when the power of the Mughal emperor is what they get their sovereign right from, and when the sovereign wanted to assert his power back, we are called the rebels? How? Have you ever thought about it? When Bahadur Zafar wanted to remove a private company saying that your task is done, and when he asserted his power over the East India Company, the East India Company brutally killed and took everything back. So how is it called the revolt of 1857 for us? Isn't it the East India Company revolting to take power? Till everything was masked. Till everything was masked, it was all okay. But the day the sovereign, now you tell me, how can a private East India Company try the sovereign called Bahadur Zafar and send him to Rangoon? Do you understand the illegality of what the East India Company is doing? Tata sets up a board and it tries the Prime Minister of India for something and sends him to Andaman and Nicobar Islands. This is basically what is happening. This is called how we have absorbed British understanding of East India Company. This is called British problem. This is called colonialistic history permeating into Indian history. This should not be called as the revolt of 1857. This should be called as the revolt of East India Company. However, we see ourselves as the culprit and they as restoring power. No. The Bahadur Shah Zafar was restoring power. The East India Company rebelled. Now, obviously, you can't write this in the examination because I don't believe that the examiner would have the expertise or the current research to actually accredit it. Because then he will say what absurd thing he's saying. But the recent research, the recent understanding is that try to ever understand the mechanics of it. East India Company set up judge is trying a sovereign nation or a sovereign, a emperor, for charges of taking his power back. He was taking the farman back, and now the East India Company is saying, no, you are the problem and we will send you to Rangoon. Think about it. This information you should not have. Mughal emperor is a pensioner under East India Company. Okay, perfect, Khushi. Let's go with that. But he is a pensioner under Treaty of Allahabad? Yes or no? He's a pensioner under Treaty of Allahabad. Yes? Who issued the Treaty of Allahabad? Shah Alam II. The treaty is also based on Mughal sovereignty. It's a treaty by the Mughal emperor. Understand the weird reality behind this moment. That how did the British convince us that we were at fault and not them? Get my point? This is only for your general knowledge. To tell you that sometimes history is not what you see. It was not Delhi revolting. It was the DFF and British revolting. We were taking back what was ours. In Delhi, in Kanpur, in Lucknow, in Awadh, in Jagdishpur, everywhere Vellore mutiny was, our soldiers taking back what was ours. It's not a mutiny. It's us trying to take back power. And the revolter is not us. It is the East India Company. So if today a terrorist attack happens, the terrorists are called terrorists, not the Indian government or the Indian army. They are the ones who are asserting the power back. So the British are nothing more than just terrorists taking back Delhi. If you understand this, this is why I teach Delhi. I want to go to Kanpur now. Can I do that? To discuss the second most interesting thing. I hope that this gives you something to think about, because history is all not facts. It has a very interesting way of understanding things. We have been taught something, but we have to unlearn also. Now, can we go to Kanpur now? Everybody is understanding. See, these are very rhetorical points. I told you, course is just your way of traversing, and I will read every leader out to you. I will give you the details also. I want to discuss something more fundamental, and then we'll cover the political part. Now we go to Kanpur. Now, Kanpur is the example. British are taking our throne. Yes. 1857 is British are taking our throne and we fighting back for our throne. That is true, basically. But the revolt is defined as taking back what is ours, but wars the British things capture. Ankush, judge karenge. We'll judge it in the next 15-20 minutes. Wait, I'll judge what it is. The problem is with my understanding, with the new understanding, you can't write it in the examination. So I have to go with what the British taught us. It is a revolt of 1857, not the revolt of East India Company. That is the point. We can't change that narrative right now, because for that you need to change the way people think. And as it is, nobody cares about 1857. Okay. Now, Kanpur is a quintessentially good example of one word which dominated, which dominated the whole of 1857, which is violence. There's a historian called Rudanshu Mukherjee, and he wrote an article about Kanpur. And before I talk about Kanpur, I just want to point out something to you. Have you noticed something? Have you seen these words previously? Nicholson, Campbell, Havelock, Wheeler. Where have you seen these words previously? Have you seen these words previously? Where? Andaman and Nicobar Islands, before just 2 years back, the islands were named after these people. Havelock Islands, Campbell Islands, Wheeler Island. Now you get it, why it was important to rename the islands to Shahid Dweep, to Swaraj Deep, because they were named after British officers who had taken back different theaters. This is the importance of understanding what, Google it, till 2 years back, different islands of the Andaman Nicobar Island were named after these officers. Trust me, Google it if you want. But now we've changed it from Swaraj to the Shahid. It was a needed act. It was a needed act because these islands were glorifying people who killed us. That is important. Now we are going to Kanpur. Now, Kanpur, as I said, Rudhanshu Mukherjee has written a very interesting article, and it's a very interesting scene which happens. See, you are saying that why did not they spread? But British obviously would not spread this news that thing was happening. But everybody knew that something had happened in Meerut, something had happened in Delhi, something had happened in Bengal. And there's a time difference between what happened in Delhi, May, and here it will start in June, July. So in June of 1857, the British officers in Kanpur Regiment, Kanpur Cantonment as it is called, they are told that there has something happened in Delhi. The DFF is taking care of it, but you need to be very, very wary of what is going to happen. So what the British start to do is that they had an armory. They had an armory. And what they do is they start to dig around the armory to create a trench. And they filled this up with water. And there was only one entry and exit point into this armory. Basically, they were creating a safe house. Now, in Kanpur, what will happen is that there will be a British officer who will abuse a soldier, a Sipahi, as it is the anger was very high. And the Sipahis will basically now not take the racial discrimination. And they were ready to rebel, and they knew about Delhi also. Now, as soon as the mutiny started in Kanpur, all the British men and women, they were very quickly moved inside the armory. So British officers, men and women, all have been now put into the armory. They have supplies there, they have ammunition there. The British were smart to hold the armory in that way. Now the mutineers go to Nana Sahib, and Nana Sahib was very hesitant to do what the Sipahis were asking them to do. Very hesitant. And basically, Nana Sahib agreed because he already had a personal grievance. But Nana Sahib was not very clear about what the Sipahis wanted out of it. And he knew that there are further bigger implications for what the Sipahis are doing. So the Sipahis represent a certain urgency and anger, and Nana Sahib represents the what we call as leadership, but he doesn't really agree with the Sipahis. So now the Sipahis start the siege of this armory, and 26 days they will try to enter this armory. 26 days there's a standoff. Neither can the Sipahis go in, and neither can the officers come out. Tanke Tope had been sent towards Jhansi to help Rani Jhansi. He has been sent in a different direction towards Jhansi. Only Nana Sahib is involved here. And 26 days there's a standoff because the British hold all the ammunition. They have very heavy machinery, but they have no supplies. So they are now running down to the last supply. Close to 1 month they have a siege. The Sipahis don't have the force to enter. The British cannot come out. So now the British officers send a letter to the Sipahis saying that, see, we are the problem, right? We, the officers, are the problem, but we have women and children here also. We have women and children here also. All the British officers are ready to surrender, kill us, whatever you want to do, but at least let the children and the women go till Bengal or to Lucknow. Let them have safe passage. Now, Nana Sahib understood this. He understood that laying siege was never going to work, because with every bullet shot, the Sipahis' ammunition was going down and their food was going down. So Nana Sahib said, okay, gentleman's agreement. Every British officer should be surrendered, and the men and women will be, the women and children will be allowed to go. Not a reasonable, unreasonable demand. Children, yes, they are white children. Women, if you go by RRR, they are also problematic. But children and not all women were the same. So the same way in RRR, you have one who helps and the one who wants whipping. The same way, not all British women were the same. To be very clear, not justifying, not protecting, but children are children. They will become exploiters later. But sure. Now, what is decided is that, if again you're from Kanpur, you would know there's a ghat there. It's called Sati Chora Ghat. If you'll put it into Google, it will come Sati Chora Ghat. And what was decided was that British officers will be kept in the side, and boats had been brought in on Kanpur, and they were saying that we will let these boats go towards Calcutta. Now, basically, some of you may not agree with me that children are children. A white man is a white man, and a white woman is a white woman, and a Britisher is a Britisher, be it child or be it a woman. They said that we can't let these women and children go. But Nana Sahib had said, this is something which you should do, no issue. Now, what will happen is, as soon as these women, close to 300 to 400 of them, as soon as they will basically start to board the ships, one faction which did not agree with Nana Sahib will open fire on these boats, and close to half of women and children will either drown or be shot on Sati Chora Ghat. This is the anger which the Indian had inside him. This is the level of anger which we had inside us, that we did not see what we were doing. This is the anger. This is going blind with anger. Now what will happen is, whatever Nana Sahib will intervene, he will say this was not decided, and he will ask whoever was left to be put into a building just next to Sati Chora Ghat. It's called Bibi Ghar. It's called Bibi Ghar. Close to 150 women, and Bibi Ghar used to have in its courtyard a small well in the back. Close to 150 women and close to 50-60 children, whatever who had not been shot, are transferred to this ghar. And in the night, what our Sipahis will do is that they will lock the gates of Sati Chora, of the Bibi Ghar, and they will burn this building. They will burn this building. And as soon as the burn starts, either the children were burned to death, or they basically threw the sense into the well. The Bibi Ghar today still stands with a memorial. We are that good enough to understand that it was something which was unprecedented. You may say that it is justified. You may say it is not justified. It's an ethical question. But the Sati Chora Ghat and the Bibi Ghar incident shows you the level of hatred we had developed for the British. and the level of violence which happened. But one thing which the Sipahis did not realize is that if we do 100, they will do 1000. And as soon as the British get to know that the Sati Chora Ghat incident in Bibigarh has happened, a very infamous, brutal commander called Neil, he will be dispatched from Calcutta towards Kanpur, and he will literally burn every village which he crossed. He did not ask any question. He entered a village, burnt it, and then went forward. Now the British started to take revenge for Kanpur. Close to 56 to 60 villages where people were burnt alive in order to mimic the Bibigarh by the British. Violence was never the answer. Because if you do violence against the British, they will do it 30,000 times back. And only one man understood this, and his name was Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. Gandhi knew that if we do violence against the British, they were ready to do a Jallianwala Bagh and a Sati Chora Ghat and a Bibigarh every day. Every day. Kanpur tells you what the 1857 really is. We see it in glorious light. We talk about different things. But the only thing which happened in 1857 was violence on both sides. Bibigarh is the name of the, it says Bibigarh, Ghar, house. Delhi tells you a different story. Kanpur tells you a different story. Lucknow, same thing happened. Begum Hazrat Mahal, the wife of Wajid Ali Shah, she will rebel. She will hold Lucknow for 2 to 3 days. Even for a month, she will hold properly. But when General Rose will start to take it back, indiscriminate looting of Lucknow happened. Rani Jhansi, same thing. She held Jhansi very well. But once the British started to create proper pressure, there was no way. But Gandhi was not alive at that time. A rhetorical point. It's a rhetorical point. I know he's not alive right now. Understand it. But when he was born, he would have been told about 1857, right? Emotional ho jate ho ekdam. You become emotional. Trying to correct me. I am, yes, 110% correct you are. He is not alive. 1869 he is alive. I am telling you the future, not the present. The point is that the revolt of 1857, the story is the same everywhere. Tantia Tope was sold off by his friend. Tantia Tope evaded the British for a very long time, was heading towards Nepal. His own friend told the British where he was. Rani Jhansi fought Man Singh, very valiantly in the battlefield of Jhansi. But again, they did not know what they were doing after a point. Yes, we rebelled, but then what? What I'm trying to develop with you is the nature of the revolt of 1857. It was easier to rebel, but then what? And to be very clear, there is no correspondence between Bahadur Shah Zafar, Rani Jhansi, Nana Sahib, except for Nana Sahib's connection with Tantia Tope. Maybe Kanpur and Jhansi was connected. Gwalior did not respond. Rani Jhansi asked the king of Gwalior to hold the fort. He rather gave the British the fort. Most of the middle class intelligentsia did not support the revolt of 1857. Zamindars were of two types. One zamindar helped the British, one zamindar helped the Sipahis. Money lenders and zamindars were never going to help the Sipahis. You tell me why? Because they had been the ones who had benefited out of the British rule. So all the collaborators who had been benefited out of the British rule, why would they want to remove the British rule? Lagima, you want to say they killed British Indian children and women? I stand by you. Justified. Shoot every Britisher today. I will not say anything to you. You are justifying it. Let us bring every citizen of Britain today. Make them stand in front of the Ganga and let's shoot them. Let's do that. You would be justified in doing it. That is an ethical question. It's an ethical question. Does your morality say that an eye for an eye is equal? Then sure. But then be ready for the British to do the same to us also. Because if it was one when you were taking revenge, they will take revenge. This point you need to understand. Now, what I am going to do now is I will tell you the story of these theaters. Then I want to discuss the nature of the revolt of 1857. The question why I call it revolt, not the war of independence, and why it is a better way of understanding than a rebellion and a mutiny. Can I do that? You see, innocence and all things are very subjective. You can stand with Palestine also, you can stand with Israel also. These are things which are subjective, very subjective. You can be on either side. My job is not to test your morality. That is not there. I'm just telling you a story. I'm a storyteller. I'm telling you a story. I will tell you what is the immediate and the larger consequence of the revolt of 57. Now let's talk about these basic theaters, basic facts we have to see, and then I give you a break. Now, no sir, anyone who kills innocent people not justified. Sure, then your morality does not allow it. Now, Khan Bahadur Khan, I will tell you what is the difference between mutiny and revolt. Wait, I can't do it in between. I want to tell you that you have all been itching for one day. I will tell you that. Don't worry. What is the difference between mutiny and revolt? So, again, my thought process. Who is Khan Bahadur Khan? He was the grandson of Nawab of Rohilkhand. And what characteristics did Delhi Kanpur reflect? I told you, Delhi is about, and I have everything written down, don't worry. Delhi tells you that there was no real aim long term, the illegality of the British, what they were doing, the way they took it back, and the Azamgarh proclamation. Kanpur is violence. Okay. Now, he was the last grandson of the last Nawab of Rohilkhand. He will form his own government in 1857. He will give a state fight to Campbell. Initial successor will be there. Then he will flee to Nepal. He will be brought back to India and hanged in Dhaka. So you just need to know Khan Bahadur Khan, Rohilkhand, Nepal killed. Thereafter, you have Begum Hazrat Mahal. She was the wife of Wajid Ali Shah, the one who had been removed from Awadh on the grounds of mismanagement. She and her 11-year-old son will now live in Awadh and hold Lucknow. Rebellion will break out on 4th June 1857. Henry Lawrence will be given the task of stopping her, but Henry Lawrence will be killed by Begum Hazrat Mahal herself. Initially, Havelock and Outram will be sent. They will not be able to take it back. But when Campbell will attack with the Gorkha regiment, now guess, trial of the Bajra Zafar, I've told you the illegality of it. I don't have to do anything else there. Gorkha regiment, Punjab regiment, Gorkha regiment. Gorkha regiment will then lead the recapture of the city in March of 1858, and the people who had been driven to Nepal will be captured by the Gorkhas and killed on the behalf of the British. So again, standard story, they will hold between June and March, which is close to a year, but the British will eventually take it back for sure. Thereafter, we have Rani Lakshmibai, known for her valor, one of the most important leaders in this whole rebellion, known as Manikarnika Tambe, born into a Marathi Brahmin family. her father had worked for Baji Rao II, and she will be married to a person called Gangadhar Rao Nevalkar, and she was renamed by Nevalkar as Lakshmi Bai. Now, her friend was Tatya Tope and Nana Sahib, and that is the connection between them. Jhansi state will go under the princely state of Bundelkhand, and thereafter it will accept subsidiary alliance, and then the doctrine of lapse will be applied. Her son Damodar Rao will basically die, and adopted son Anand Rao will not be accepted. In that context, when Gangadhar Rao the husband of Rani Lakshmibai will die, doctrine of lapse was being applied. And once it was applied, then Rani Lakshmibai refused to give up Jhansi, saying, Meri Jhansi nahi dungi, which is, I will not give up my Jhansi. It is my birthright to rule in my son's name. And the same story is going to be there, wherein she will rebel. Troops will surround Jhansi very quickly. She will fight as a ruler of Jhansi. But when Rose will come into the picture, he will recapture Jhansi. She escaped to Kalpi, where Tatya Tope joined her after Kanpur was lost in the same process. Same time, Jhansi and Kanpur lost. Rose will march to Gwalior, capture it, and Rani Lakshmi Bai will die fighting the British. Whilst all of this happened, Tatya Tope had been sent with 20,000 men to help Rani Lakshmi Bai. He will again not have any chance against Rose. He will start guerrilla warfare in the sector. His friend Man Singh will sell him off, and he will later be hanged. Thereafter, we have Shah Mahal. Shah Mahal is very interesting because he comes from the Gujar and Jat sector. And he was very instrumental in making sure that all lines between Meerut and Delhi were cut, and was supplying a lot of things to Delhi over the Yamuna. However, again, one of his own men will sell off him as a helper of the Delhi regime, and he will again be killed by the British. Then comes Nana Sahib and Kanpur, as I told you. Kanpur the rebellion started at the fort of Fatehpur. Rumors were already there. A drunk Englishman will fire upon an Indian troop. He will not be convicted of anything. And thereafter, increased suspicion among the Indian troops. Rebellion began on 5th June 1857, and here Rana Sahib had been not allowed to take the pension, and under doctrine of lapse, he was not been entitled to take what he was his, which was the pension under subsidiary alliance. Kanpur, as I told you, is an example of that. Then you have Kunwar Singh, a very old man, but a very grudgeful man. He was a Jamindar of Jagdishpur, hated the British. He attacked Ara. Ara is basically a colonial city which was established, or town established by the British. It also had the High Court and the mission and the jail of the British. He will attack. However, he will then succumb to his injuries later. He will be given an honor by the government of India later through a stamp in his name. Now, when we come back, we talk about the issues and nature. Can I give you a break here and we come back and discuss the nature and the suppression and failures? Basically, by 1858-59, everything had already been captured. Are we clear about this? Yes? First part of the story clear? I hope I have given you something other than what you would have got in a standard book, or a story which at least intrigues your mind with regards to something which is new. I could have repeated what every book says, but I've tried to tell total number of that not accounted for. Not accounted for in any way or form. Okay. So we will come back at 6:45. Then we will talk about nature, suppression, government of Act 1858. Approximately how many British are living? Again, this data is not there. All of it is just random guesswork, which will be there. Okay, and as it is a British data, so it makes no sense. What it is, basically, Britishers maximum peaked around 3 to 4 lakh population, not more than that. Okay, so we come back at 46. Let's take the story forward thereafter. No, none of these stories you will find in any book. None of these stories you will find in any book available anywhere. This is all my own research in this area and my decades of learning that I'm telling you. See you. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. How are soldiers from Meerut familiar with Delhi topography? They are inside knowledge to know the gate to approach. It says Bacha without British knowing. I say this because they met the Bacha without the British knowing about said meeting. Because some of the regiment men would have been recruited from Delhi also. So it was not a joke that everybody knew how to move around in Delhi. So it's not a conspiracy. Kunwar Singh, because he lost a lot of land in Bihar. He basically lost a lot of land because of the permanent settlement sunset laws. Can we go back to the discussion which now matters again, which is suppression failure nature? Okay, perfect. Now, for everybody who has been asking me this question, because it is out of context, will not make sense. There are three words which we can use: revolt, rebellion, mutiny. Now, there are subtle differences between these terms. Very subtle differences, but differences are there. When see, mutiny is when the soldiers or military rebel. So basically, it is something which the British use to trivialize this issue. Trivialize this issue. Question asked from strategy of fight of any leader? No. Which is to trivialize this issue. Rebellion means when you fight to get concessions from the other side. And the revolt is when you want to overthrow the existing power. Now, would it be correct to say that it is a rebellion of 1857? Would it be called a rebellion of 1857? Should it be called rebellion of 1857? No, because they didn't want concessions. We use the word revolt because it aptly tells us that they wanted to revolt against the existing power and overthrow it. They did not know what to do after that. That's a separate issue altogether. But that was the major understanding here. Mutiny is to demean the moment or the demean 1857 because you are trying to say that people were not involved, only soldiers were involved. That is again not true. Rebellion, Manja, you have multiple rebellions. You will call Indigo Rebellion. They got the concession. The Indigo Commission came, stopped. You can call the Deccan riots as Deccan Rebellion. You can call, for example, Velu Thampi Rebellion. You can call it as the Ramosi Rebellion. Everybody who got a concession, they stopped. That is why, if you've seen it, you should have noticed before this point, I have not used the word revolt for any of the tribal and peasant revolts or what are called rebellions. I told you there are three types: peasant movement, tribal movement, rebellion. I have not used the word revolt because revolt is to overthrow the power. So the first thing which we have established is that the word revolt is correct. The word revolt is correct. Yes. Now I'll come to the fourth thing which is used, and I'll ask you, would it be correct to say it or not? Can I talk about now the word War of Independence? Vellore is also a mutiny. It's called the Revolt of Vellore, but we call it Vellore Mutiny because it is in every book you'll find it that way. Now the War of Independence things comes from V.D. Savarkar's writing. And I'll tell you one thing very clearly. He did not use the word First War of Independence. First was something which randomly was applied by later historians. His book was War of Independence. However, now you tell me, after you have studied the nature, that they revolted, they had no idea what they were doing thereafter. The DFF and the Gorkha regiment were used to suppress it. There were multiple theaters which were there, and they will be suppressed later. Can I call it the war of or a war of independence? Because to call it the War of Independence, there needs to be three preconditions. First, there needs to be nationalism, which is none, because they don't have a conception of a nation. Nationalism is when you have a concept of a nation, which is they were not fighting for India. They are not fighting for India. All theaters are separated to each other. Peninsular India did not take part in it. Parts of Punjab, Nepal, Northeast, and even Punjab and the parts of Rajasthan did not rebel. So it is just randomly 7 to 8, 10 theaters which are happening in and across the whole of North India, wherein there is no conception of connection. The second issue is, if it is a war of independence, then who are they getting independence from is okay, but what are they creating is the problem. Now, if I call it a revolt, I cannot call it a war of independence. Then what do I call it? What do I call it? If I write the following line, that the revolt of 1857 was more than a mutiny, but less than a war of independence. Would it be correct to say that? Would this line be correct to say it? Yes. But then what type of revolt is it? What type of revolt? And the way you call 1857 today is, it is called a restorative revolt of 1857. This word restorative is very, very important. See, all the leaders, all the sipahis, everything were not trying to go forward. They were restoring the old regimes. So it is more than a mutiny because it is not just soldiers. It is less than war of independence. It is a restorative revolt. It is a restorative revolt because they are trying to restore old regimes. Military coup can't be there. Military coup would be a democratic setup. Military coup is seen. The point I'm trying to argue is a very simple. Nana Sahib, Rani Lakshmibai, Bahadur Zafar, Shah Mahal, Khan Bahadur Khan, what we call as Kunwar Singh, all represent a period bygone, all represent an old regime of successor and rebel states, all represent an old India, an old Indian subcontinent, the old guard in that regard. And the Sipahis did not want to go to a new leadership, but wanted to go back to the old leadership. So in a way, the revolt of 1857 is not looking forward, but backward. Looking backward. That I want to go to Bahadur Zafar. I want to go back to Nana Sahib. I want to go back to Tipu Sultan's son, Vellore Mutiny. I want to go back to Rani Lakshmibai. I want to go back to the Shah Mahal. You understand this point? It is a revolt for sure, but it is a restorative revolt. So, in a way, what I've established in front of you right now is the nature. Can't call it mutiny, it is a trivialization tactic. Can't call it a rebellion because it is about gaining concessions. It is not about gaining concessions. You call it a revolt because you want to destroy the power. But it is restorative in nature because there's no concept of nation amongst the rebels. Delhi and Bahadur Zafar are symbols of the old world, wanted to replace the colonial structure with the older structure. Rumors and suspicion did play a very important role. It is all that century of oppression which comes out in this fashion. So, are we clear about what is the nature of the revolt of 1857? At exactly 1857, 6 or rather what? Yes, 657, which is 1857, we have now understood the concept of the nature and character of 1857. Now, what would be the suppression target or suppression and the failures. What are the issues? This is what can come as why did it fail? Now, one thing I need to ask you very clearly. I have to ask this very, very important question. Very, very important question. One second. Answer is a very, very, very big no. Was it a Muslim conspiracy again? No. These two answers straightforward no. Now, perfect, very good. Why did it fail? Certain classes and groups did not join. Zamindars acted like breakwaters to the storm. Basically, they stopped the rebellion from spreading. But why all this happened within that year? Because of the grease cartridge being introduced that year. The trigger of everything. And most of the leaders are Hindus. Moneylenders and merchants suffered the wrath of the mutineers, and this class was not going to rebel against the British but protect it. Limited territorial spread, no lack of complete nationalism. The British forces were equipped with better technology, lack of coordination, sepoys were poorly organized, no vision about what is going to happen afterwards. Most of the educated Indians stayed away from the revolt of 87, and the estimate is only not more than 1/4 of the total area and 1/10 of the total population was affected of India in 1857. So very simply, there's no centralized leadership. There is nothing to say that the revolt of 87 was centralized and planned. Now, very simply, we have finished revolt of 87 whilst discussing the fact that one thing which will bring everything together is lot of Hindu-Muslim unity. The leaders were either Muslim or Hindu. Does not really matter. Unity was there, and they played a very important role. Basically, here the identity of Hindu-Muslim did not matter because they were restoring the old order. So there's no communal consciousness in that regard. Now, very simply, but you just explained that Delhi was a miliocracy, but miliocracy only in Delhi. Only in Delhi. Nowhere else did we see anything. Sipahi regime, it was called. Nowhere else do we see anything in that regard. Anything, zero. If you have gone through the police article, I would have referred to this also in that, but most probably you have not gone through it. That's a separate issue altogether. But if you've seen that article, you would see that I've talked about 1857. Now the point is very simply. Before I talk about the consequences, which is the Government of India Act 1858, let's assess what we've done. Since yesterday, we have established the cause. Anybody has any issue in causes? Because that is where the questions come from. Anybody has any issue in causes? No, sir. Okay. Then second, I've told you the course and I've told you what they represent. More or less you remember it. You have the recording of this session to listen to the story again. More or less what Delhi represents and what Kanpur represents. More or less. Okay. Now somebody asks you the nature of revolt of 1857. The answer is restorative revolt, more than a mutiny, less than a war of independence. And via the PPT, you can also answer any question. Why did the revolt fail? So basically, revolt of 1857 is over. Now, if there's any emotional question, if there's any value addition, if there's anything you want to say right now, you say it right now, and then forget this chapter and move forward with me with regards to the Government of India Act 1858, which is the most important. This will come in both prelims and mains. Mains will be either course or significance. Significance, half of it I have to tell you. What is the impact on the British now? We have seen the impact on India. We have to see three things: change in military, white mutiny, and the government of India at 1858. I will discuss that with you. Can I talk about these things? Anybody wants to say something? Anything you want to say right now? Right now. South side of India not involved in 1857? No. Vellore mutiny, too much wrath, did not do anything. Direct question asked from this area? Yes. I am feeling bad for the innocents. Same here. Was it a regional war of independence? There's nothing called regional war of independence, because independence is based on nationalism. There's no concept like that. Some historians say if integrity is there, means we got independence on 1850. Independence, or we would have got independence. Sure, counterfactual question. You want to believe that? Sure. But then whole of India had to come together. That's a separate issue altogether. This part, which important for prelims? The basic facts, that is for the prelims. Mains is the value-added question. Can I call it the War of Independence of Delhi? Again, I don't know why you have an infatuation with that word. If Delhi gets independence, India does not. So you want to call it that? Sure. It's a failed war of independence. Looking back means that it is looking towards the restoration. Some Indians don't revolt against British, so they don't have any issue with grease cartridge. Tell me one thing: a old man sitting in a village, why would he care about the grease cartridge? He's not been asked to use that. But it is not that people were involved. People did get involved. That's not true. Why were middle class not involved? Because the middle class believed that the British were doing good, and violence they will never support. Significance, consequences, I'm discussing. Significance, I have discussed. Consequences, I'm discussing. Why did the South side not get involved? Because they already had a revolt 50 years back and they saw what was going to happen. How can Indians fight Indians? Lack of brotherhood. Well, when Raghunath Rao and Bajirao II did go to the English, you didn't ask me the same question. Lack of unity is something which we today still have, and is something which the British use very well. Rifle was introduced in whole of India. Yes, every regiment has it. Other European powers should have helped, then it might have been successful. Sure, UN should have come, fighter jets could have been used, anything would have happened. Counterfactually, anything could happen. But why would a French help you in fighting for independence? They would rather put you under French colonialism. Is it a reach? Dekho, yeah, 8 point. This word independence, if you put a regional, local, Delhi, Kanpur, still this word is not going to stand. Because independence is from something and towards something. Regional independence means what? Means what? That was every princely state was regionally independent. I don't know why you want to use that term. But if you want to, then put any acronym before it or any word before it, it will still not mean. You tell me one thing. What India is today, it would have been created in 1857. You tell me. Because my independence is writing of the constitution. Would India have got created the way it was created? No, multiple Indias would have been created. That's the basic point. Then Kanpur have been and would have the king as Nana Sahib, Jhansi, Delhi, Begum Hazrat Mahal. So how is it different from fragmented polity of 18th century? Isn't 18th century also a fragmented polity of independent nations? Maybe we would have constitutional monarchy. Sure, wishful thinking. Maybe we would have won the World Cup also. Can I move on? Because you are now going into the emotional aspect here. A conflict between civilization and barbarianism. Who are the barbarians? We. Who are the civilized persons? They. What is the intention behind this statement? That the English civilized people killed the barbarians to restore power in India. Too innocent to understand what is civilization and barbarian. But when Sir Punjab regiment was helping the British, they were already in British control. They would got a chance to revolt. They would have helped in British. अरे अब देखो अब बात ये है ना. It's a very simple point. What you are trying to do is that you're trying to get a different consequence out of the 1857 revolt. It has already happened. And but before British, we would have a united India or Bharat too. But tell me one thing. Before 1765, India existed as we know it today. Bharat, as we know it today, existed before 1765. And in 1857, India, Bharat exists. India, that is Bharat, as the constitution says. Then I don't know what are you talking about. Because if 1857, your regional independence goes, then there's something called British India. Then there would be something called Delhi. Then there was something called Kanpur. Then there would be something called Lucknow, Awadh, Jagdishpur, and Gwalior, for example. So then there is not one nation, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But still, that does not mean that we become India, which is Bharat. The word independence was used by V.D. Savarkar to tell the people, it was a rallying point, that 1857 could be used as a way of mobilizing people, understanding his understanding, understanding your understanding. So, can I now talk about Government of India Act 1858, White Mutiny, and the consequences? Maybe we will win the World Cup. We will surely win the World Cup. We have won 2 World Cups previously. We'll win it again also. It's not the end of the world. We will get it for sure. But you are now stuck on that issue. Can I move on, please? I told you all emotional questions should come out. If the emotions are over, I would want to come back to the academic discussion if I want to have it with you. You want to call it whatever you want to call it, but in the examination, don't call it what you're calling it. Okay. Can consequences question directly? Yes, let me teach it too. At least let me teach it. Okay. See, the first consequence is that all these theaters are recaptured. By 1859, all these theaters are recaptured and none of these theaters remain independent, quote unquote, like you are saying. So even if it was War of Independence, it was a failure because these were not under centralized control. According to our understanding, UPSC based understanding, it is a restorative revolt which tried to bring in the old regimes with no centralized control, lack of coordination, and most of India did not respond to the cry of the revolting people. Now, the first thing which they do is that they change the configuration of the army because the British saw that the problem was in the army, that the starting point was the army. So what they will do is they will increase the number of Europeans or European officers over the Indian soldiers. So you will get one officer for 2 Sipahis and 2 officers for 5 Sipahis in Madras and Bombay. From close to 1:10, they have come to 1:2. They will start to now exclude Indian officers and Indian men from critical positions. Sensitive positions are not given to Indians, only to Europeans. All major geographical and military institutions are now under British control. Caste-based battalions will be then developed so that again they go back to that homogeneity concept. And any newspaper, journal, and publications were not allowed to spread or go into the soldiers. This is the change which happens in the army. But the biggest change, battalions means regiments. You have today the Punjab regiment, the Gorkha regiment, the Madras regiment. This is basically. Now the biggest consequence is called the Government of India Act 1858. Now the Government of India Act 1858 is seen as the cutoff point. Before this, we have what is called as Company Raj. And after 1857, after close to 10 to 20,000 Europeans had been killed, now the British Crown said that you will not be able to manage India and there is no point giving it to the East India Company. and the crown rule will start, wherein the British crown via the parliament will take over India. So now British India will be now a possession of the crown directly. Now, as soon as that happens, there's a proclamation which comes from Queen Victoria. She was the queen at this point of time. On 1st November 1858, she will proclaim the following: that now that the crown has taken over, the following things will not happen. No state will be annexed. Now you see, every point which the British is saying, what Queen Victoria is saying, tells us what the British saw as the cause. They said no state would be annexed, which means that they thought that it was direct annexation which was the cause. Then they came to the conclusion, no intervention in religious matters, no religious conversion by force. So you see, religion, no discrimination in recruitment of army services, and she will be called the Empress, but will not be given the title of Empress of India until the Darbar is going to happen in 1877. The simple point which I'm trying to argue here is that major thing I've still not taught you. What is the direct consequence? 1857 will lead to the British doing two things. They will pass an act, and they will have a proclamation, and they will do changes in the British army. Changes in the British army is increase European presence, don't give them any critical position. Second and third is very important, which is proclamation. Proclamation, now the Queen says that now I'm taking over as the new ruler of India, and this is what I'm not going to allow to happen. But the most important is the Government of India Act 1858, how it impacts the structure in India. Now, can I discuss the structural constitutional changes which have happened or will happen? Can I do that? Okay. Now, if you remember, now please pay attention. This is very critical. Under Charter Act of 1850, not 56, 53. Charter Act of 1853. What was the structure? Let's revisit it. Charter 1853. The structure looks something like this: Court of Directors, Board of Control. They both rule through the Governor General of India, who has now two bodies, Legislative and Executive Council. And he has under him three governors: Governor of Madras, Governor of what we call as Bombay, and Governor of Bengal. This is how the structure looks like. Yes or no? This is how the structure looks like. Yes. Now the Government of India Act will do something. Government of India Act 1858. What it will do is that, you see, I'm going to divide the page into two parts. Pre-1858 East India Company, or what is called East India Company rule. You have COD, BOC, Governor General of India, Legislative Council, Executive Council, Governor of Madras, of Bombay, and Bengal. Can I write it like this? Can I write it like this? I can. Can I? I've just made the short form. From this exact same thing, I've written in this form. Now, what happens is that the first thing which the British do is they abolish both these things. Board of Control and Court of Directors are gone. And what is created is called the India House. The India House has a Secretary of State plus 15 members. And the Secretary of State is a member of the cabinet of the British Parliament. So he then basically reports to whom? He reports to whom then? If he is the member of the British cabinet, he reports to whom? He reports to the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister therefore reports to the Crown. Prime Minister is answerable to the Parliament. So basically, this is now full parliamentary control of the East India Company ceased to exist. So this will be Queen Victoria. Now in India, the title of the Governor General changes. He will now be called Governor General of India. And remember, this title will not go, but they will add and Viceroy. And Viceroy. Viceroy word because he represents the British Crown via Secretary of State. So basically, he is now the officer of the Parliament of the British. He still has the Legislative Council. He still has the Executive Council. And the positions of the governors don't change. And most importantly, the ICS used to report to the Board of Control. Now the ICS will report to Crown or Prime Minister. Lord Canning will be the last Governor General of India and the first Governor General of India and Viceroy. Understand this point. Viceroy is an addition to the Governor and General of India title because that title will never go. Please understand this point. In the examination, the Viceroy word or Governor General of India is interchangeably used. ICS means Indian Civil Services. Who do the IRS report today? When you will become an IAS officer, you will get an appointment letter in which it will say that the President of India has the pleasure of appointing you to the Indian Administrative Service. So you report to the President. In the same way, previously they were reporting to the Board of Control. And now they are reporting to the Crown or the Prime Minister. Government of India Act 1858 has fundamentally changed the structure of how the East India Company is to operate. East India Company has been abolished. They have been abolished, and the East India Company now is just a company. It ceases to control any power in India. Till today, the East India Company exists. Ironically, an Indian is the owner of that company. But now all possessions which the East India Company was holding has been transferred to the crown. To the crown. So now what we have is very simple, very simple. A structure under 1858 Government of India Act, wherein you have Secretary of State plus 15 members who are called the India House. Thereafter, he has Governor General of India and Viceroy under him. And then he has Governor, Bombay, Madras, and Bengal. He has his Legislative Council also, Executive Council also. This is the new structure. And they report to the Parliament, and they report to the Prime Minister, therefore to the Crown. So this Viceroy word is to say that he represents the Crown in India. Governor and Viceroy is the same person. Yes, he's the same person. Canning is one person. I can be called Maharaja Didiraj and Parameswara. So I will be two people. All are Britishers, obviously. If I call myself Abhishek the Great Param Bitra Maharaja, am I three different people? So I'm only one. So Canning is now called Governor. Yes, I'm three people. Canning is Governor General of India and Viceroy. Is one person. I presume that you understand that. Why would they create Governor General separate and Viceroy separate? What is Viceroy's rank today? There is no Viceroy's rank today. Why would you have a Viceroy? But in a way, Governor General Viceroy power is basically President's power in India today. See, please, today, don't look for today in this. We are very far away from Government of India Act 1935. Why only this? Governor of Bengal, Madras and Bombay. See, there are two things which is happening. Somehow, a lot of you have now developed a sympathy towards the East India Company. Board of Control, Court of Director lost their job. So they deserve that. So first things, I don't care what happened to the East India Company after that. Second is, they deserve what they got. Second is, the British has now taken over. The equivalent to a Secretary of State is going to be, for example, Defense Minister, Finance Minister today. Canning is, why am I telling you that? See, I could have easily written Viceroy. But then what will happen is that when I will teach you Government of India, Indian Council Act 1861, every Indian Council Act until the Government of India Act 1935, it never used the word Viceroy, it only used to say Governor General of India. Viceroy is a title which has been given to the Governor of India. This is a very trivial point. I'm literally wasting time here. If there has been a moment where I'm actually wasting time, it is here. Governor General Viceroy is basically calling yourself CEO and COO. So does it mean that you are two people or one people? Viceroy was an addition to the title of the Governor General of India, so as to tell that he does not just represent Governor General of India, but he's also an agent of the British Crown in India. All of them now basically report to the Crown. I'm not trying to say that Viceroy is a title and Governor General is a post. No. It is Governor General is a post and the word Viceroy is an addition to that post. I'll do one thing. I'll read it out to you. And I don't know why there is a confusion. There should be no confusion. But I don't know why. You see. The Act for Better Government of India and Government of India Act 1858, 2nd August 1858, it will be passed. The Crown was now empowered to appoint Governor General of India and governors of presidencies. as it was in accordance to the Victoria's proclamation or Queen's proclamation, the title of Viceroy was added to the Governor General of India. The supreme executive and legislative authority in India was henceforth to be called Governor General and the Viceroy. That is it. That is it. The Secretary of State of India with a council of 15 members will assist Governor General of India, or rather will the Governor General of India and Viceroy will report to the Secretary of State and his 15 members. The Board of Control and Court of Directors have been abolished. The India House, of which the Secretary of State is the minister, will have a cabinet minister rank person in it. Secretary of State was the member of the British Parliament and responsible to the Parliament itself. So the ultimate power of India goes to the Parliament. The provision was created that the Indian civil services were now under the Secretary of State and therefore the Crown. And members of the Indian civil services were now appointed based on open competition, which we already know, which came in 1853. I really don't care what you are doing with this whole governor. I don't know what you are playing this game over this. He was called Governor General of India previously. Now he's called Governor General and Viceroy of India. That's it. Does it mean that the Governor General and Viceroy are the same and only a term is added? That is what I've been saying for the past 15 minutes. Exactly the same person, only the title is added to Governor General. That's it. This is an addition to his title. That's it. Where Viceroy is residing, he is sitting in India, they are in England. Again, I presume that for sure. Can I now move on to White Mutiny? Do we understand this structure? Because you have to remember this structure before I go to Indian Council Act 1861 by Tuesday or Wednesday. Are we clear about this? Yes, sir. Clear, sir. Okay. Now, everybody's clear, right? You're not hiding something in yourself, still not understanding, thinking I will scold you for something. Little bit confusing, sir. It isn't confusing. You are making it confusing and confusing others also with it. That's the basic point. Nobody really thought about it like two people. Now, by saying that it is two people, now people are thinking, kya acha, it was two people, it is one person. Okay. Now I'm going to the last before we move to nationalism, which is called White Mutiny. White Mutiny happened between 1858, 59, and 60. And now to discuss what it is. This can come in the examination. White Mutiny, question mark, 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 question mark. Now, what is the role of governors of Madras, Bombay, Bengal to basically assist the Governor General of India in administering? Think of them like basically the governors today. Governor General of India is the Prime Minister. Governors are the governors in that sense. Okay. What kind of question can be framed? Discuss the changes which were brought in by 1858 Act. What is the nature of the revolt of 1857? I will show you the questions. Tomorrow we'll do previous year questions. Don't worry. Everything will be done. Now see, pre-1858, the East India Company army had two parts. One was called the Royal British Army. This was an assistance given by the Crown under charter, and this was the minority faction. This was in minority. Basically, only 15-20% of the army was like that. Montagu was one of the Secretary of States. Morley was one of the Secretary of States. Now, I think one of you written the first name of that person also. Lord Stanley, first Secretary of State. But that can't be because it would be Charles Wood. It would be Charles Wood. Now, the bigger faction was called European forces. European forces. In this, there was an Indian element, wherein the different Bengal, Madras, and Punjab regiment was there. But there are two types of officers. We don't care about them. We don't care about them. We don't care about them. We care about the officers. There would be officers here also, officers here also. So in the army, there are two types of officers. One officer is a European army officer, and they are privately recruited by East India Company. And there would be another officer who would be a Royal British Army officer who is recruited in London by Crown and deployed in India. So the European officer will report to whom? His reporting is to whom? Who does he report to then? Pre-1858. He reports to the Board of Control. To the Board of Control. Via the Governor General of India, he reports to the Board of Control. But he reports to the Crown. So then you tell me, who will pay the salary of the European officer? Who will pay the salary of the European officer? It is the East India Company. Here the salary will come from the Crown. Now, East India Company, in order to make people join the European army, used to always give the salary more than this salary. They used to add salary plus allowance plus benefits, because it's a private army. So maybe this person could be getting £1,000, but he will get the government salary, £200. So for this officer, it is basically a posting in East India Company and in India. But he is there because he wants to be part of the private army. Do we understand the difference between a European army officer and a Royal British Army officer? And they were the majority. They were the majority. They were the minority. Now, 1858 Government of India Act comes. Royal British officers already were reporting to the Crown. But now the European army officers, who will now they report to? Who will they report to? They are basically mercenaries, yeah, in a way. It's to the Crown. Now they used to pay £200, so they will reduce the salaries from, for example, 1,002 to 200. And once this will happen, the White Mutiny will happen, wherein the European army officers revolted against the Crown. And this is what is called White Mutiny, Gora Mutiny, white on white violence. Officers saying, how can you take this allowance from us? we will not report to the crown, and they rebel. And the British, as they did to others, they will shoot most of these people. And the crown did not want any nonsense here. No Indian is involved here because we had already rebelled. Our part of rebellion has already happened, revolt of 1857. This is British on British violence. So white mutiny, it is called white mutiny because it is the Britisher who is rebelling. So the Britishers cannot be of the Britishers itself. They cannot be of their fathers. Forget about the crown. The fact of the matter is, it is a white man fighting a white man. White mutiny is the unrest that occurred in the dissolution of the European forces of the East India Company, while during the 1858-1859, in the wake of 1857, until 1861, there were two separate military forces under the British control operating in India. One comprised of the Queen's Army, the other one was the East India Company forces. The company's troops were a mixture of European regiments along with certain native regiments which had already rebelled, so that is not an issue. However, units of the East India Company received bhatta extra allowance to pay for the cover various expenditures related to operations out of home territories, while the British Army was not. After the mutiny of native units, the company's forces in 1857 were now under Crown's affair. With the takeover of the company's units, it was transferred to the Crown. In the negotiations of the terms of transfer, the Governor General Canning did not give the European officers notice of transfer to the Queen's Army. And in that context, they will rebel and they will start the White Mutiny. Why not called rebellion? Because it's literally a mutiny. Only army fought. The British people did not fight. With this, we finish the module called 1857. Are we clear about now the cause, significance, nature, and consequence? I'll repeat myself. Causes, long-term and immediate. Significance is Government of India Act 1858 and the violence and the concept of the changes in military. Nature, we discussed restorative rebellion, restorative revolt, and consequences would be crown rule and new structure. In a way, here significance and consequence is the more or less the same thing. And we've also discussed white mutiny. Okay, why they were fighting for concessions? They're not fighting for concessions. They don't want to be part of the. Now, don't use that logic and explain to me what it should be called. It is not their fault fighting for concessions. They just want to leave the army and they will fight. Are we clear of anything which is written here? Because then I give you a 5-minute breather, only 5 minutes. And then I want to start a very important module, because today we start our beloved and most important unit, which is pre-INC polities, and we call it as nationalism or early nationalism. Because I have to discuss with you what is nationalism. Can I say crown using divide and rule policy? No, not right now, later, you will see. I will tell you one thing. Reasons for the failure revolt type of question can be asked, yes. So the army under subsidy lines East India Company kept from which side they will fight. The East India Company subsidy lines areas did not basically revolt only. So they are part of the European army, but they did not fight only. Now, please understand one point. Before, a lot of you will accuse me of a lot of things. You've already done that. But you will accuse me of one thing. You will say, paramountcy has not been taught. Paramountcy has not been taught. Now, to tell you, and as my dalil to you, as my argument to you, paramountcy I will teach you when I will talk about the Government of India Act 1935, because there it makes more sense rather than here. So this ring fence, this fence, that fence, assimilation, integration, paramountcy, leave it to me. I will explain it to you, because that is going to make sense if I do it in the right context. Is the crown any better than the East India Company? No, equally bad. Can I give you a breather and start early nationalism? Because now the modus operandi for us totally changes. Now you are entering the most important zone of our history, out of which examination 90% of the questions come, and it is quoted in the syllabus directly. Indian national movement. Tell why 1850 under significance and not under outcome. I told you consequence and significance the same thing here, more or less. Might duty happened in India. Yes. Can white duty be a consequence? Yes. Give questions to write. I will do that. First, let us start nationalism. You have this urge of writing. I will give you enough questions to write. But at least, can we start nationalism? Okay. Now, we come back at 7:50 and we take the story forward. Now, please wash your face, little bit more attentive. Things are now going to become very interesting and important. 1857, over halfway point we've reached to our syllabus. Okay. Welcome back. We start our conversation again. And see, I want to be very clear of what we've actually done till this point. Between the 1613 period and 1857, be it 1717, be it 1757, be it 1765, be it 1813, 1833, 1840s, or 1845, whatever it may be, during this period, the East India Company has they came, they expanded throughout this period. They introduced in 1793 the biggest project, which is economic policy. In 1829, they started their social project, Sati. Since 1813, they were following the education policy. And the Diwani rights become immaterial by 1857, because now it is not the power of the Indian emperor or Mughal emperor who is basically giving them the power to be in India, but it is the crown itself. The base of the Indian exploitation was created by the company. It's called Company Raj. Company Raj, 1765, 1857. Now, Company Raj created all things which the crown will use very conveniently. All direct conquest, subsidiary alliance, doctrine of lapse, everything was done during this period. So as much as in 1857, the crown takes over, it is all what the company did on which the crown actually went forward. We don't say it is before imperialism and later colonialism. Colonialism started from this point forward itself. British colonialism. Till this point, it is imperialism. That is not the point here. The cumulative consequence of all of this is the revolt of 1857. And from 1857 forward, now the East India Company is gone, and what is left is the crown now controlling India directly. Company Raj ends here. Now, to give you an important point, I'm writing all the important dates which you need to remember. All the dates or years which are important during this period is now going to be written in front of you. 1613, 1615, 1632, 1639, 1651, 1717, 1757, 1765, 1793, 1813, 1790, 1833, 1857. If you look at it, most of the dates pertain to their advent. Other than that, Plassey, Buxar, Permanent Settlement and Charter Act, 1857. Other than that, there are micro dates here which really don't matter to us. But from advent to consolidation to revolt, the British had now created the context for nationalism to rise. Now, can I discuss what is then nationalism in that context? Can I discuss our working definition of nationalism? Okay. Now, what is nationalism? Now, you see, Buxar, Diwani, 1764-65, whatever you want to call, perfect, very good, 1764-65. It's always 65 for Diwani, 64 for Buxar. Now, you will find multiple definitions. Benedict Anderson, it is this. You will find multiple definitions. But for the purpose of our analysis, nationalism has three very important features. And what is nationalism? First is it is a sense of, pay attention, sense of unity which is based on a shared past and future. This unity is expressed in shared symbols and common identity. And last but not the least, collective action of the united people. Now, understand what each of these points means. See, I am an Indian, you are an Indian. I have not met you. I have not met 99.99999% of Indians. Maybe I will meet 1 to 2% of Indians in my life. Not more than that. But how is that you and me are Indians? Because we both have the same past and we both share the same future. You may be born before or after me. You may be sitting in Kanyakumari. The Mauryans, Guptas, Mughal, Delhi Sultanate, Indo-Greek, Shakas, Kusanas, Indus Valley Civilization, Vedic Age, Subhash Chandra Bose, Nehru, Gandhi, Sardar Patel, Bhagat Singh. We all share a past which is common to us. Whatever you are right now, whatever I am right now, is because we both share a same past. And further, if India goes forward, we go forward. If India goes forward, we go forward. We have a shared future. If India becomes a 5 trillion economy, you and me are part of that 5 trillion economy. If India had won, and it will win, the World Cup does not go to every Indian. It's not that every Indian will touch that World Cup. But that is our past and our future. We all lost and we will win. What unites us is this identity and this factor. As much as you like it or you don't like it, it is this future which is intertwined with me and the past which is intertwined with me that bring us together. And then how will you say, sir, that how is that this united identity can be seen? And that is in the symbols which we use and the common identity which is. The biggest symbol is the Indian flag. When I look at the flag, when I listen to my national anthem, when I look at the peacock, when I look at my national symbols, that is what is our shared identity. The Indian team represented us. Every Indian represents a certain symbol. Newspapers, journals, books are the way we spread these symbols. The expression of nationalism at that point of time was Bharat Mata, a shared Indian identity. But we can have the same symbols, which is Ashoka, which is Akbar, which is any personality, Subhash Chandra Bose, Gandhi, Nehru, anybody. But until and unless we do not act as a united group, we are not a nation. We are not a nation. What represents a common symbol is the ISRO. ISRO reaches the moon, it is every Indian reaching the moon. But what do I mean by collective action? Collective action means that today, if our farmers were under distress, across India we came on the roads. Today, when India was winning the matches, everybody came on the road and celebrated. Today, we all are sad because we are collectively acting on what happened that day. Collective action is what makes real nationalism. And if you look at it, the British created all of these three conditions. British created all of these three conditions. Can I tell you how? Can I tell you how? Yes? Okay. Now you see what modules have I taught you? Advent, expansion, consolidation, economic policy, institutions, socio-religious reform, resistance to Raj, and 1857. Now you see. Through consolidation and expansion, they brought us together. Railways connected India. We became one unit. Now, if that is not enough, the Orientalists started to write about our history and past. Economic policy, shared experience of exploitation. Institutions unite us. Shared experience of institutions. If the judiciary is corrupt in Bengal, it is corrupt in Bombay also. And if you don't really look at it, these two are moments of collective action. We collectively acted on women. We collectively acted on depressed classes. This was our training. This was our training. And the symbols which we are using were famines, distress. We were using our shared experience as a symbol. We were also using our past leaders as a symbol. As much as 1858 is a restorative rebellion, it's a restorative rebellion. But one thing was common amongst all of them. They went back to the old symbols. And if you don't understand one thing, it is the British, which is the biggest symbol, which is white man represents exploitation. And if that is not enough, in between all of this, through education, they created the middle class, educated Indian. It is who will later have shared experience and become the nationalist. So, in a way, the British itself is responsible for nationalism. Nationalism did not come from the sky as a rain. It is not that one day one Indian woke up and said, now it's the time for the British to go. 1857 is the cutoff point because now a major shared experience created an understanding that we can come together. Though we will come regionally together first, and then we will properly come together under the INC, which will create a tradition of coming together. We first bonded over helping the women. Anti-colonial struggle equals to nationalism in India. That is the point. Now, do you understand how these 3 points are basically products of colonialism itself? So, when I say nationalism, it is a sense of unity which the British created. They showed us our past and the fact that the future is based on exploitation. They gave us the symbols and the common identity to rebel against them. The shared symbol is we all hate the judiciary, we all hate the ICS, we all hate the British, we all hate the police, we all hate all these white men. And by criticizing us, we started to collectively act. We all agreed that, okay, women's issue is problem. We all agreed that sati should be abolished. We all agreed that in every part of India, widow remarriage became a point. If you understand it, peasant and tribal movement and the concept of rebellions, though all of them are localized, but all of them are against colonialism only. So nationalism in India is a direct product of colonialism. What I mean to say is that anti-colonial struggle is not something which develops independent to colonialism. Basically, nationalism is a ticking time bomb. One day or the other, somebody will realize that this colonialism is bad. Basically, Dadabhai Naoroji, the economic nationalists. Once the layers of colonialism will be removed, what will come out is nationalism. So, nationalism is a seed which grows within colonialism. The press, the nationalists, the thinkers, the shared experience, all is fodder to that seed. Understand this point. Please understand this point that if colonialism is a body, nationalism comes from within. and there will be multiple actors which will be playing on this nationalism to come out of colonialism. So can I now discuss the factors that were responsible for nationalism to rise? Factors responsible for nationalism to rise. Are you getting my point? I am again trying to logically link the whole syllabus in one circle. I'm trying to tell you that every word which has come out of my mouth in the last 12 classes has a purpose and has an importance. All of it is necessary for the rise of nationalism. The ICS were faithful initially, then they will become against the British. That's a separate issue altogether. Is this making sense? Is it? Yes. Now, sense of unity, shared past future, shared symbol, common identity, collective action. Expansion, consolidation, and every activity created the actors which were going to become nationalists. And nationalism is embedded within colonialism. It's about how quickly does nationalism develop. Now, what are the factors that led to the rise of early associations and early nationalist associations? First, understanding the contradictions in Indian and colonial interest. Between 1765 and 1850, there was a growing understanding that colonial or British interest was opposite to Indian interest. Basically, we want development versus exploitation. This is an important point because this may not have been true initially, because there's a faith in white man's burden that they will develop us. And this understanding only develops when political, administrative, and economic unification happens. Political happens under ICS and institutions, along with conquest and British expansion. So you have administrative and political. And economic unification happens under economic policy. By doing this, one thing is very clear. The British gave us a shared picture of exploitation. That we all were getting exploited. I could be a man, a woman sitting in Gujarat or in Arunachal Pradesh or in Jammu Kashmir or in Kanyakumari. Everywhere the British did the same thing. Overassessment, exploitation, peasant distress, money lenders, zamindar, killing, that same thing. And this is a very important point you need to understand, that it is the shared experience of colonialism that brings all of us together. Anybody has any issue here? These 2 points? This could be asked in the examination. What are the factors that led to the rise of early associations or nationalism in India? Not yet. Okay. Now, the third is spread of new ideas of freedom, of fraternity, of liberty through the middle class and English education. So, English education, in that sense, is a poison which creates both a loyal group which initially justifies colonialism but later become nationalists on realization of colonialism. The socio-religious reform movement unites these educated middle class to act upon together and the press and literature allow the spread of this new feeling of unity. And that is why by 1877, 169 newspapers were now reaching close to 1 lakh different neighborhoods. So, ironically, out of these four factors, are all of these factors product of colonialism or are independent of colonialism? Yes, Shweta. They all are products of colonialism. Socialist reform movement, product of colonialism. Press and literature, product. Western education, product. Middle class intelligence, product. Each of them is a product of colonialism. So understand this point. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Understand this point. Then when I talk about factors responsible for the rise of colonialism or nationalism, whatever it may be, nationalism is a direct product of exploitation, recognition of that exploitation, creation of middle class as a utilitarian project, criticizing us as a civilization, we responding as a united group, which is socio-religious reform, and over and above that, shared experience of exploitation, spreading through newspapers and press, and the middle class transforms into nationalists. Genesis of nationalism. Now, I want to give you 3 questions as a way of consolidating what we've done. Sir, in each and every batch you teach same thing. Why? Don't want to exact same thing, little bit up down, little bit up down. I am a man, I cannot be consistent to the minute. Okay. Now, question, I want to know your thought process of asking that question. Okay. How did social justice reform affect if it is not clear? The British criticized us. We could have not acted, but we came together and acted. So isn't it bringing it together? Are you getting my point? Social justice reform movement could be not acting, but we did. So it's like a training ground for us. If we can act together on women's issue, we can act together on other issues also. Now, 3 questions. Then I know that it is what, Thursday. I will go for the webinar. Don't worry. Enough time will be given. Tell if you will be able to answer these 3 questions, then only you go for the webinar. The revolt of 1857 was based on more systemic, or rather more intrinsic issues to colonialism than a cartridge. Comment. 250 words. We were not taught like this in morning batch. Seema, I am Abhishek Mishra. That would be a different person. Different person. I taught the first morning batch. Then I'm teaching this evening batch. Different person. Use memory. Little bit shorter. Little bit taller. I'm different person. I hope that you realize that. My name is Abhishek Mishra. Okay. Now, second question would be the revolt of 1857 was a watershed moment for colonialism in India. Elaborate. 250 words. Watershed means important. Third, nationalism in India was a product of colonialism and its aspects. Elaborate. 150 words. Are you capable of writing any of these questions? First question is asking you what? Cause or significance? What is it asking you about? It is asking you about cause. That it is asking you what are the long-term causes other than the cartridge. 1857 was based on more intrinsic issues to colonialism than cartridges, which is basically saying that there are long-term factors. Second is the revolt of 1857 was a watershed moment for colonialism in India. What do you mean by this? Watershed means significant moment. So it is asking you about the significance and consequences. In this, you would have to write about Government of India Act 1858, Victoria's proclamation, and also about white mutiny and the new structure. Then the third question is asking you about what? The factors of nationalism in rising. And basically, factor is it's saying nationalism in India was a product of colonialism and its aspects. So you just tell them how each factor is related to an aspect of colonialism. So colonialism is responsible for the feeling of nationalism. How? See, these questions are worded difficultly. Sophisticated words they are. But they're asking you very simple things. Cause, significance, factor. If you can read through the question, then you can easily answer any of these questions. I have in a way tried to consolidate what we've done today through these questions and what we did yesterday. Tomorrow I will do previous year questions with you vis-a-vis prelims and mains, show you real questions which have come till this point. And I basically will do mains questions more so as to teach you answer writing also tomorrow. So if that is fine, you all can leave for the webinar. I will see you tomorrow, same time. Thank you. I can leave you on this slide or this slide. Which one do you want? Okay, this one. Thank you. I hope, Seema, at least this is refreshing for you and you have learned something at least new, because that is what I am here for. At least creating a new understanding and making you unlearn a lot of things. Because Indian history, as taught by multiple personalities and multiple books, give you a very monolithic perspective. I am trying to add a certain sense of nuance to it, wherein we are trying to understand it in a more holistic way. Because these modules are not separate to each other, they're connected to each other. Every module has a purpose, everything builds up to till this point. Right? Okay, perfect. So, see you on Friday, which is tomorrow, same time. Enjoy the webinar. Take care. In the post graduation plays important role. No. Post graduation is not a necessary qualification. Are these webinars recorded? Mehak, I would recommend you to go there and see it once. Then you can watch the recorded ones. They are recorded. I will teach you ancient medieval art and culture, world history, everything. Don't worry. Ancient medieval as it is, there is a lot of misinformation. I'll change that also for you. Next topic is going to be pre-INC associations, INC formation, safety valve theory, moderates. Most probably will reach till moderates. On Monday is a holiday. Tuesday we start Swadeshi movement. Partition of Bengal. Okay. See you. No class on Saturday. I don't know why you asked me that. No class on Saturday. Rani, I don't know. There is one webinar which has been written in which I'll be discussing the world history optional questions. Part paper 2, part B. Monday is a holiday, Guru Nanak Jayanti. See you.